Alright, welcome back to another stream. I'm Arrquil, and today we are going to be tackling the new thing I've gotten, the MiSTer. Sorry. Every time I go a couple days without streaming, or a couple weeks, or a month, I always come back and I'm like, hey, my audio settings sound weird. But, I think it's fine. Yeah, so I was talking about this back in, like, April, May. I was looking into getting a MiSTer. And I'll explain what a MiSTer is in a second for anyone who doesn't understand. But then what distracted me from the MiSTer was the RetroArch. And if you've been around, you know what the hell happened with RetroArch, how it kind of killed my enjoyment for gaming for a while there. It had me burnt out. I'm still a little burnt out. MiSTer's bringing me back in, though. The MiSTer is an FPGA, which is a field programmable gate array or something like that. I don't understand all of it. But basically, the simple way to put it is it's a Raspberry Pi, but a much better Raspberry Pi. A Raspberry Pi does software emulation where it's like it has its own OS and it will run another console's like hardware or whatever through software emulation, and then it runs the games, and as a result of that, you get inaccuracies in video or audio, and more importantly, you get input lag, which was a huge deterrent for me. The reason I fell in love with RetroArch for a while there is because it had this feature called Run Ahead, which essentially eliminated input lag. But you know, at the end of the day, I kept running into the same issues with, well, not the same issues, I guess the same overall like umbrella term issues with software emulation, and that was it was unstable as fuck. It was not consistently working. I would fix one issue, another issue would happen, then another issue would happen, multiple issues would happen at once before I even fixed the second issue I was working on. And then when I fix all of those, the first issue happens again, and none of it's provoked, right? The thing that made me say fuck it with RetroArch is when I finally had everything settled down, or so I thought, it wiped all of my memory, my like bindings for controllers, and I had like probably 5 or 6 controllers binded, and they were a pain to set up. So it was not consistent. I spent far more time. I probably spent, over the course of a month, I probably spent about 48 hours fixing issues, and I probably spent maybe 10 to 12 hours actually playing games. And at the end of it, I kept finding similar forums of people saying, yeah, like, I just want to play games. So at the end of that, I was just like, well, I guess I'll just keep dishing out big muns for original hardware and stuff like that. But I finally took the dive because I wanted to play Gaiden for the Sega Genesis, and that's like a $180 game right now. Because I would want it complete. I would want the case. I don't really care about the manual. I want the game in the case. So I was like, you know what? I should just spend like I think about $300-400 for a pre-built MiSTer, and I can pull up an image of what it looks like. I have a picture on Discord here. As soon as I can find. Yeah, it's been a while. Hold on. You're gonna see me for a second. I was not planning on being on camera here today, but yeah, this is what the MiSTer looks like. I don't have a case. I don't think the case is actually really necessary. It really works pretty damn well without it. But yeah. I think I kind of skipped over one of the things I was talking about, which is what the MiSTer is compared to software emulation of like RetroArch, Raspberry Pi, whatever. At FPGA, I don't understand it fully, but basically, from what I understand, the chips on the motherboard basically can trick themselves into believing they are the original chips on a original console. So like if I wanted to go into the Super Nintendo core here, instead of emulating a Super Nintendo, it says I am a Super Nintendo. And you don't really get input latency. It's extremely accurate in video and audio. And most importantly for me, like I said, no input latency, but most importantly for me, other than that, this thing was stupid easy to set up. It was stupid easy to set up, and it is reliant and consistent, and it is great because I spent 2 days setting it up, and it wouldn't even take that long if I didn't have to download a bunch of ROMs. Because if you already have your ROMs, it would take a couple hours to set this up. And all the wires coming out of it, aside from the HDMI cable, are various controllers I have plugged in. I don't even unplug the controllers because there's 5 controllers plugged in right now. Whichever one I press a button on right now is going to be my controller. So it's not saying, okay, there are 5 players right now. If I pick up this NES controller here, which I have plugged in, and I start working my shit, this is the controller I'm using. But if I don't want to use the NES controller anymore, I want to go to the Super Nintendo core, I'll just pick up my Super Famicom controller here, press a button, and the NES controller is not in play. I have not done any 2-player stuff on this yet, so I don't know how that's going to work, but I'll figure it out when I get to it. I've also not set up arcade stuff yet, which I'm excited to get to that yet. Or I'm excited to get to that. But we have all the console stuff set up. Now, only downside compared to software emulation, which is fine, I'd rather quality over quantity. The DE10 Nano, which is the motherboard, is not the MiSTer community is an open source project, so a lot of people are pitching in on this. Hey, I'm just explaining what the MiSTer is. Don't worry, you've not missed anything. So a lot of people are pitching in on this. The MiSTer, the DE10 Nano is reaching its limits, basically. The PlayStation 1 core is one of the recent biggest cores to be released. There's a Sega Saturn core being worked on, and there's a CPS 3 core being worked on, which is Capcom's arcade board that had like all the Street Fighter 3s on it. That is basically going to be the limit of the MiSTer. So we're not going to have N64, we're not going to have Dreamcast, and nothing beyond that. So basically the way I word it is any console that was released 1995 or prior will work on this thing flawlessly. Maybe some obscure consoles aren't going to be here, but you've got, your Atari 2600, you got your Game Boy. GBA is like the only thing past 2000, I think, on here that works. You got your Sega Genesis, your Sega CD, your 32X down there, Neo Geo, NES, Super Nintendo, Sega Master System, TurboGrafx 16, TurboGrafx 16 CD. That also counts for the PC Engine counterparts. So anything from the 70s, 80s, and 90s up to 95 works as far as consoles go. Excuse me. And then I don't really know how far we have gotten with arcade stuff. I know recently a lot of cave shooters got released. I know they said CPS 3 stuff is being worked on right now, so I assume maybe we can go up to the late 90s, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like N64 and Dreamcast is out of our reach. But this thing is fucking great, and I've only had this for about a week and a half now, if even. No, a week and like 2 days. And I'm pretty sold on it. Like I said, I just keep all my controllers plugged in. I'm going to get a PC Engine to USB low latency adapter from RAFnet at some point for my TurboGrafx 16 games. Right now I'm just using the NES controller, but I do want those Turbo Fire switches. But this thing has paid itself off because I've already gone through my shelf. I'm gonna give myself to the end of the month before I start selling anything, before I start selling collect my more of my collection off than I initially planned. But I've already gone through my shelves and grabbed stuff that I'm okay with letting go that doesn't have sentimental value in any way, or it wasn't previously owned by like a brother or something. And that's like $1,400 worth of games right there. There's some heavy hitters in there like Mega Man X2 and some PC Engine TurboGrafx games that I've gotten recently. And that's not even counting consoles, because I'm probably going to get rid of the modded Sega Genesis that has S-Video and stereo out, the Model 1. The PC Engine, or the Turbo Duo, what is it called? The PC Engine Duo R, Turbo Duo R, the white Japanese ones. That's modded for RGB and has all the capacitors replaced and everything like that, and is region free. That's probably a good like $400 right there. And then I might get rid of the PlayStation 1 because I think I can just pop my PS1 memory card into the PS2, and any of the discs that I have sentimental value towards, like Spyro or Crash 2, just pop them right into the PS2 and I can play them if I want. On top of all that, I got this thing because it has analog and digital out, digital being HDMI, analog being like CRT, like S-Video or composite, or well, you'll need an adapter for S-Video or composite, which isn't here yet, but I did order. Right out of the gate, it can do VGA. So if you have a VGA to like component converter, there you go. But that's the reason why I got it, so I could play on the CRT and stream HDMI out at the same time or whatever. But I'm really, really impressed with and we'll get to playing some games here in a minute, so I can actually show you, and I'll shut up and stop talking. Yeah, you're good, But I'm really impressed with how the games look on an HD TV. Now, they do upscale. Not only am I impressed with that, I'm also severely impressed with the input latency. It feels like I'm playing on a CRT, which I never really thought I'd be able to do on a TV or a monitor, like an HD TV or HD monitor. Like RetroArch kind of got me pretty close to that, but I could feel the differences with Ninja Gaiden, and I can still kind of feel the differences with like Ninja Gaiden. But it's even harder to tell on here than it is it's even harder to tell on here than it was on the RetroArch with software emulation. So we'll get into playing some games. I'm going to take a drink. And then we can catch up a little bit and talk about what I've been up to other than this. But yeah, what I was getting at with the whole, I was severely impressed with how good it looks on HDTV with upscaling and the latency and all that. What I was getting to is this might actually replace a CRT for me. I might get rid of my CRT, and I think by the end of the month, I might, if I keep doing well with saving up, I might get a RetroTink 5X Pro, which is an upscaler, one of the best upscalers you can get right now, or the best. Which I guess it's all opinion, but I might get that for the consoles that this MiSTer cannot cover. So the Sega Dreamcast, the Nintendo 64, the PlayStation 2, the GameCube, and the Wii. All of those consoles do S-Video with the exception of the GameCube and the Wii. I can do composite with them. And I'll see how that goes, because if that is kind of in the same boat as this, it does not add latency, aside from whatever latency your TV naturally produces, which I have a Samsung Q90 that has, I think, about 11 milliseconds of latency on game mode, 10 or 11, something like that, and I think that is less than half of a frame, so it's not even noticeable. So, let's jump into a game here. I kind of want to play some Castlevania. I do not have audio. So, give me 1 second. You guys have audio. That's good news. I do not, because I forgot that my headphones were plugged into my monitor. Alright, I should have audio now. I do. So since we've already gotten this menu open, I can show you some of the cool things you can do with the MiSTer. I don't really mess with any of this, but we can go into audio and video. We can do different palettes, which admittedly I don't really see a difference. I just left it on default. You can change the aspect ratio, which your center if you put it on full screen. You can give it scan lines, which is going to look weird right here, but if I back out of this, bam, we got scan lines. And admittedly, never been a fan of scan lines, but they don't look bad. But I do like the clean pixel look, so vertical crop. We can put it at a 5x scale. I don't know why. It's only like this in the NES core. It looks weird when you're in the menu messing around with it. You can give it a different like scale for V-integer and all that. I don't really see... what's it called? I don't really see the opposite of smooth scrolling, the uneven pixels. I don't really see that. I have extra sprites on, so there's no flicker. Input options. If you play on analog input with a CRT, you can actually use a zapper because the input latency is that good. So you can play light gun games on here. I think you need a snack adapter though, which is their like it goes in the HDMI port to connect to like NES controller, Super Nintendo controller. Therefore, like absolutely no latency whatsoever. But since I already bought those RAFnet adapters when I was going through my my RetroArch kick months ago, I already have these and they work great, so I don't need them. And I'm not big on light gun games, so miscellaneous. Pause the DSD or OSD, DSO, whatever, when it's open. This is just like the game will pause whenever I open up this menu. And that's like it. You have save states. I think this just auto saves the settings. You can remap your controller per core and per game. I got filters, shit like that. Admittedly, I don't really fuck around with this stuff because I feel like it's pretty perfect from the get-go. But yeah, latency, man. Latency feels so good. And like I was saying, this thing will pay for itself eventually. Paid maybe like $400 for it. It'll even pay for the RAFnet adapters that I bought, even though I can't use the GameCube and God, what was the other one? There's a GameCube one and something else, N64, that I won't be able to use in this just because those cores will not be on here. But it'll even pay for all those adapters that I paid like $200 for, admittedly. I don't anticipate buying anything else for this aside from the S-Video adapter that I got, which might not even be used. But on top of that, it's gonna save so much money because like it'll pay itself off in the sense of I won't have to keep paying extreme prices for games that I want to play. Like I said, I bought this because I wanted to play Gaiares for the Sega Genesis, so essentially you can think of it in the way of I saved $180 buying this. I mean, it was more than $180, but I get to play more out of it. I get to play Radiant Silvergun when that core comes out. I get to play the Castlevania Symphony of the Night and Rondo of Blood. Now, I did get the limited run, like Castlevania Requiem for the PS4, just like a couple days before I got this, but I'm gonna keep it sealed and just sell it because, you know, I think those are the PSP versions, so the voice acting is different and stuff like that. I do want to hear that cheesy voice acting. It's a money saver, yeah. And Emma, I'm sorry because I know I've talked to you about this more than a couple times, but you know, just repeating for the sake of stream. But it looks great, it feels great. I'm very happy with it. And I hope they do a MiSTer 2 someday with a new board that can do the remainder of consoles leading up to the HD era. So like the Xbox, not the Xbox One, but the first Xbox, the OG Xbox. I didn't get the right power-up, so this is going to be interesting because I don't remember how to fight this guy otherwise. Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Can I, like... I got plenty of holy water. But yeah, the OG Xbox, the Dreamcast, the N64, the GameCube... I don't think the Wii is going to be necessary. That sounds like it's going to be more of a pain than anything else. And we have the Wii U for, like, upscaling Wii games and whatever. PS2, all that good stuff, you know. So I hope that's a thing someday. Okay, that works. But if not, in my opinion, N64 and PS2 are not as expensive as getting a lot of Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo games, TurboGrafx 16, and Neo Geo. So, like, I think the only N64 game that I want that's pretty pricey, well, one is Paper Mario, but the one I was thinking of initially was Conker's Bad Fur Day. And that's like it. And then, you know, GameCube is expensive. But, yeah. So, like, just essentially with a MiSTer, even if there is no MiSTer 2 with N64 and all that, that's okay, because the MiSTer handles the expensive consoles, in my opinion. You know, the 16-bit stuff, primarily. And other good news is I get to play, like... Atari 2600 and maybe some other consoles that I only wanted to play 1 or 2 games for, like the Master System, or the Sega CD, or 32X, or the Saturn, that I don't want to get a console for, you know? So Emmy showed me that there's a way to get, like, a treasure here. She said you would just stand here? Huh. I don't know. Oop. But yeah, aside from this being great, it's pretty much going to replace all my... God dang it. It's going to replace all my retro consoles for the most part. I'm definitely going to keep, like, my NES, my Super Nintendo. And I'm not going to get rid of, like, NES games that mean something to me, like Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2. Even though I don't think I'll ever really play them again. I don't know if I really have a purpose, unless I want to speedrun, but... I feel like speedrunning is just no longer for me. I don't know. It's probably not a good thing to say, because I would have said the same thing about music, like playing guitar earlier on this year. And now I'm so back into it that I'd much rather do that than play video games half the time. It's part of the reason why I don't stream much anymore. You need to stand there, but you can't kill the knight. Ah. We got Medusa coming up, and I am probably gonna die. Holy water? I could have sworn you got holy water before. Yeah, I'm probably gonna die. There's a cross. That cross would be so nice, but I'm dead. But yeah, this stream we're just gonna go through a couple of the cores, play catch up. Like I said, I like to use streaming as a diary of sorts, kind of know what's going on in my life. If I ever wanted to look back and be like, oh, you know, what's going on with James September 2022, you know? And I'm actually changing streaming setup just a little bit. Not even changing, I'm adding on to. That's a better way to put it. I'm adding on to streaming setup. I'm trying to find a box of miscellaneous like PC accessories that I had in my closet, and I don't know where it is, which is weird because it's not like me to lose stuff like that. But I had a box with a cheap Logitech USB keyboard and some USB-A male to USB-A, or USB-A female extenders. And like I said, I don't know what I did with it. I can't find it. But once I do find it, I got a cool new idea that maybe we can do on stream. It's not even, it's an idea that I don't know what the fuck to do with. And I'll explain a little bit about that later. But yeah, at the end of the month I'm going to try and, as long as I've saved up decent money, I'm going to get a retro tink, and maybe the CRT will be on its way out of this room, you know? On top of that, I am determined, absolutely determined, to have the backlog done by the end of the month. I was making decent progress with the backlog, despite only working on it over the course of 2 sittings. But, now that we have the MiSTer, and yeah, I don't lose stuff. It's fucking weird. Yeah, but now that we have the MiSTer and it's gonna replace so much of my physical hardware and cartridges and all that, I'm not entirely sure what to do. I guess just add the games that I put on the MiSTer on the backlog. Like, I don't physically own them, but I don't know. Haven't figured it out yet, but I will by the end of the month because I want to at least get back into doing monthly fortune cookies. If I'm only going to stream once or twice a month, I at least want one fortune cookie stream a month, you know? Ow. Especially with, October coming up? Man, some of my fondest fortune cookie memories have become of, the spooky cookies of last year, which I don't think I'm gonna do again this year because, it's kind of a pain to do the random number generator and go through everything that I own and see what I have that can be considered spooky October themed. But, you know, I definitely look forward to playing some Castlevania and some Ghouls and Ghosts on stream and such. Because, you know, I've been wanting to play Rondo of Blood and, let's see, Rondo of Blood and Symphony of the Night for the first time lately. For many months now I've wanted to, and now I can on practically original hardware. I've never played, I don't think I've beaten is the word. I haven't even really made it that far. I've not played or made that far into Super Ghouls and Ghosts aside from the SNES Timber stream from oh so many years ago, in the year 2020. And then on top of that, I haven't really played much more of the new, I guess, Ghouls and Ghosts on Switch. Oh, fuck you. aside from what I played on stream. So like, well, we got some spooky stuff that we can play. Like maybe I can finally get around to Resident Evil 2 and 3, the remakes that I'm have particularly been interested in. God dang it. That's like the worst place to die for me, because without the stopwatch and the extended and the fully powered up whip, this part is difficult for me. I'm not even gonna get the fully powered up whip here? God, fuck. I need to get myself wedged into a corner. Alright. So yeah, initially when I was setting up the MiSTer, I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna, maybe what happened with the RetroArch that stressed me out so much for a while there was putting all the things I wanted to play in each core right on there, loading up all those ROMs right off the bat. So I was like, with the MiSTer, maybe I'll just do a couple games at a time and work my, you know, add to it like I would be a physical video game collection, just slowly adding to it. But I loaded up Ninja Gaiden for the NES, and that was the first thing I did because I know that game so well, and it was so good and so accurate that I was like, fuck it, let's just add all the ROMs that I'm interested in, and I have no regrets. I don't feel overwhelmed. It feels good. Give me 1 second while I turn a fan on. Speaking of Ninja Gaiden, I've not really been playing that all that much. So let's, maybe not beginning to end, but play a little bit of it. I want to go through, like, cores that I don't really play much on stream. So, like, the PC Engine, Neo Geo, PS1. I want to go through those. Oh, fuck. That was user error. That is not, like, you don't have to, like, worry about there being any input lag. That was straight up 100% user error. So, like, this shit is accurate. It's good and accurate. It's just that I'm terrible at Ninja Gaiden and rusty and all that good shit. Look at those wall jumps. That's how, well, that's how good it feels. Like, it does feel really good. It's really hard to tell the difference between... It's hard to discern a difference between, like, CRT and, you know, HD monitor this way. Because I'm also, like, if I didn't state that, I'm using an original NES controller right now. You know, I've got original controllers for the most part hooked up for everything. Well, I got original NES controller and an original Super Famicom controller hooked up via those RAFnet adapters, but I've got a PS4 controller for PS1 and one of the is it Retrobit? I think it's Retrobit Sega Genesis USB controllers that they were releasing alongside with the Sega Genesis Mini a couple years ago. I've got that for everything Sega. And then as of right now, I'm using NES for TurboGrafx 16 and stuff like that. And then I'm using a arcade stick for Neo Geo. And eventually arcade. So, like, I'm kind of using original hardware, or original, like, controllers. In my opinion, it's definitely a lot better than using a, like, single 8-bit DOE controller universally for everything. Which 8-bit DOE controller, or at least the Super Nintendo 8-bit DOE controller that I have with the analog control sticks, feel great. It's great. But it's not the original thing. And, you know, I love my Super Famicom controller and my NES controller. I really would not want to use anything other than those controllers. And I love the PS4 controller, so yeah. You're trying to explain the MiSTer to your mom the other day? You just tell her it's an FPGA, and she's gonna be... It's like, isn't there an alcohol or something like that? Like FPA? IPA? She's like, James got alcohol? What? See if we can get the jump and throw. Yeah, look at that. I can't even do that on a CRT. Not consistently, at least. Boink. But yeah, I'm like I've said multiple times, I'm gonna get a PC Engine controller adapter to USB, one of the RAFnet ones. But right now, Japan Post is not allowing like small packages to the US for whatever reason. I haven't figured out why. So my only shipping option for my only shipping option for RAFnet, because he's in Japan, or they're in Japan, is FedEx Express, which is, it only takes a week, which is nice, but the shipping's $22, you know, for a $27 adapter. But I was also thinking about maybe getting a Genesis to USB adapter, just because Sega Master System, the Genesis, and the Atari 2600 all have the same controller ports, so it's technically a 3-in-1. Why'd I do that? Why'd I hesitate? So, but I don't know. I'm not too crazy about the Atari controller. But I just thought of that because you're talking about your mom. Like, that'd be cool for her, I bet, because it's essentially original hardware. You slap an original Atari 2600 controller in there, and you know you can play anything, even beat 'em and eat 'em, which I need to, which I need to download. It's a good controller, but feels better to play with the console controller. Yeah. I was explaining it that it's hardware emulation. It means it doesn't lag and stuff. Yeah, like I can't explain it either because I don't understand, you know, a whole lot about PCBs and how they work. But the way I explained it earlier was like the chips on the PCB essentially convince themselves that they are the same chips on a Super Nintendo motherboard. So if you play a Super Nintendo game, it's like, oh, I am a Super Nintendo, opposed to like your computer or a Raspberry Pi saying, oh, okay, I think I can emulate the same thing the Super Nintendo is doing. And that's part of the reason why you don't get the lag, is because the hardware is absolutely convinced it is a original Super Nintendo whatever chip, you know? Play some Super Mario Bros. 3. I'm falling into the same thing with the MiSTer that I was with the RetroArch, where it's like, oh, cool, I can play all these expensive games that I could not play otherwise. That's dope. Let me go play Ninja Gaiden for the thousandth time. So it's like I have access to so many games, but I just keep going to ones that I would always play regardless on my original hardware, you know? But I'm very happy with the MiSTer, if that's not obvious. I have literally no complaints. Literally no complaints at all. This thing has gone above and beyond and has blown me out of the water. I was expecting to have to do quite a bit of setup at the beginning and then maybe some troubleshooting every now and then. But like I said, no, I've gotten everything loaded up. This is a very quick and easy, like, just boot up the core and play, and I keep 5 controllers plugged in at any time, and I can just pick up the one I want to use and hit the D-pad, and like it's like, oh, okay, you don't have to remap anything, you know. I acknowledge that there are 4 other controllers, but this is the one you have put an input in, so this is the one you're gonna use. I understand, you know? I'm not having to reboot this thing ever for any reasons, you know? I've not experienced any issues yet. Like I said, it does look like getting arcade stuff is gonna be tricky. Getting arcade cores set up is gonna be tricky, but I haven't really messed around with it yet, so not too concerned. MiSTer tricks itself into thinking it's an NES instead of running a program, yeah. Essentially, yeah. I'm sure there's some video, many videos on YouTube deeply explaining what exactly an FPGA is and how it works, but for the normies like us, it kind of does a good enough job of explaining it just by saying, yeah, it's absolutely convinced it's an original Super Nintendo, Atari 2600, PS1, TurboGrafx 16, Neo Geo, everything in one, you know? It's convinced that it is everything. I am still curious about how this is going to play on a original CRT. But I do think at the end of the day, like, the HD TV is, or monitor is still good enough for me. You know? Like, despite growing up as a child around CRTs, for the most part, like this game right here, Super Mario Bros. 3, the first time I played it... Actually, no, the first time I played it, I'm pretty sure was on a CRT, because I think it was on the Wii. But I feel like I've played it more on an LCD TV than anything else, or the 3DS, you know? So, like, despite... It's not like I have a whole lot of nostalgia towards CRTs, is what I'm getting at. And while CRTs are great, I do like these clean pixel looks. So yeah. I think I'd rather see clean pixels. I'm not too crazy on scan lines, but you know, it does smoothen out the pixels. I do like turning that scan line filter on every now and then. Ow, boom, boom. How about we boot up another core? I'm thinking Super Nintendo. So let me show you something awesome. Let me show you my fat cock. God. So OBS updated and now there's like this new font and shit. And yeah, I'm very confused by the new font. Let me show you a move. There's the MiSTer. Here's my NES controller. Here's my NES controller. You can see I'm hitting the D-pad and shit. Let me go over here. Try to untangle my Super Famicom controller. Alright, here I am. Here's my Super Famicom controller. Watch me hit this D-pad. Oh, look. Now this is the controller I'm using. Look how easy that was. Look how easy that was. And now we are playing some Super Nintendo. So, let's see. I gotta go to my favorite Super Nintendo game of all time. As of pretty much the end of last year, this game has become such a amazing game for me. And a franchise, too. Honestly, one of the reasons I wanted to get I was looking into, getting a RetroTink months ago. When I got out of RetroArch, I'm like, man, I miss having F-Zero in 16:9 480p, or upscaled, I think it was, on RetroArch, because that game was a beautiful GameCube game. F-Zero GX, specifically. I still want to have that, you know? And that's kind of one of the reasons why I started delving deeper into trying to find a TV, a CRT, that could do component output, you know? because I missed how good that game looked. And that's one of my other like favorite games. It's probably my favorite GameCube game, which is crazy because I don't think I've ever really had a franchise I've loved where I could say a game, like 2 games from that franchise were some of my 2 favorite games on 2 different consoles. Like I love Mario, I love Pokemon. Well, no, I guess technically I could say Pokemon has my favorite game on multiple handhelds. The Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance. Well, maybe not the Game Boy Advance, but definitely the DS. Regardless, I'm excited because I haven't delved too deep into the RetroTink 5X Pro rabbit hole yet with research. I do know it's one of the best and it looks great and all that, and it do 1440p. But I'm hopeful it can do 16:9 and then upscale it to 1440p. I don't remember if RetroArch cleaned up the models and stuff like that. Regardless, I'm still excited to see, you know. One thing about the MiSTer, I guess I do have one gripe with the MiSTer. I did say earlier I don't have any gripes, which is true. My one gripe is super duper minor. And it's not even a big deal. It's not even something to complain about. But I will point it out just for the sake of stream, because everyone watching might notice. The volume isn't leveled out from core to core, so when we go to the TurboGrafx 16 core next, I think it's going to be slightly louder than this. I think the Super Nintendo core is a little louder than NES. So I noticed when I've been playing on like my TV or whatever, I've had to reach for the remote when jumping from core to core, but like I said, that's not really a big issue. So yeah, let's do standard. But yeah, I've fucking fallen in love with this game so hard this year especially. Like I got it impulsively as a cartridge last year, the end of last year, and played it and, you know, fell in love with it. But it was this year that made me say, "Oh my God, I don't think Super Metroid is my favorite Super Nintendo game anymore. I think it's now F-Zero." Like, holy shit, that's wild. And when I was playing this on, I can't remember if I was playing it on stream or if I was doing like a little recording of it for my YouTube channel back in January when I was updating my YouTube channel pretty regularly. I thought this is one of those games, and Super FX games in general, that just don't look good on modern displays. But I think with the upscaling here, it really does not look bad at all. It does not look bad at all. I still might say maybe it doesn't look as good as a CRT, but at this point I think we're just splitting hairs. But yeah, I guess using the S video input from a CRT and recording into a capture card with that S video input for a like HD outputting in HD. I think at that point, yeah, that's probably why it might not look so great. I think this looks great though. Like at this point, with it being upscaled and stuff like this, I think comparing to a CRT is definitely splitting hairs. I definitely have not played Super Mario Kart yet. I think I might have booted up Star Fox at SNES for maybe 2 seconds, and it doesn't look that bad. It's definitely harsher on the eyes, I think, on a modern display, though, because of its low FPS. Star Fox, that is. And like I said, I haven't messed around with any two-player stuff yet, mainly because I don't think Emmy was too interested, but eventually I want to. But there's obviously there's Game Boy, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance cores. Well, there's no Game Boy Color core, it's tied in with the Game Boy core. But there's Game Boy and Game Boy Advance cores, and they have like their own respective core, and then there's a two-player core for both of them. So you can play two-player Game Boy Advance and Game Boy. So like, I don't know if it's just playing like two-player Tetris as if you were playing competitive Tetris with two Game Boys using the link cable, or if it's like, yeah, you can play two different Game Boy games or Game Boy Advance games at the same time, or maybe just like the same one at the same time. Like, you can both start playing Pokemon Leaf Green at the same time and run your own adventure. It doesn't even have to be like you have to do battles and stuff like that. I haven't messed around with that yet, but I'm really excited to. On top of that, it gives me a way to play Super Mario Kart for the Game Boy Advance with Emmy. One of the things after RetroArch that I got really into was Mario Kart, to the point where I got Mario Kart 7 and Mario Kart DS, so we could actually play those together. And so that's kind of been like my thing the past couple months, is playing all these different versions of Mario Kart with And the one that was off the table was the GBA one, because I guess I technically do have a second GBA console. I don't know. Mario Kart GBA is not my favorite Mario Kart. It's probably my least favorite, which is still, like, it's not something I should say about that game, because I still very much do enjoy it. It's just every other Mario Kart outshines it. I've not played the arcade ones, though. I don't really consider those Mario Kart games because they're made by Namco. But, regardless, I still would very much like to play it with her, especially because, the GBA core actually has upscaling feature. Like, not upscaling as in it'll take it from whatever its original resolution is to 1440p. The whole console, or the whole MiSTer, I guess console, yeah, does that. But what I mean is, it can actually upscale the textures and the backgrounds. You're good, Em. I was just talking shit about you behind your back. You don't have anything to worry about, Em. So yeah, the shit looks good. And I accidentally turned on auto fire. I don't think that's going to have anything to do with this game, though. And this core does not auto pause when I go into this menu, so I have to be a lot more careful about pausing. But for this game in particular, I actually do enjoy putting CRT filters on to 25%. Put it on a V integer scale and stuff like that. Pseudo transparency, just leave it on blend, because that matters for games like Kirby's Dream Land 3. And all this other shit we don't need to deal with. I want to hook up a mouse at some point and try to play Mario Paint. I think I can do that too. I'm fairly certain I can do that with just a regular USB mouse. Maybe we'll do that later on stream if I remember. Ow. But yeah, this game, for some reason, I do enjoy the CRT filters on. I don't have a preference, though, because I really do appreciate the clean pixels. But I also do like the scan lines at 25%. Okay, so real quick, I think because I accidentally turned auto fire on, this is screwing me over. And I don't know how to turn it off. So this is the one crappy thing Because I accidentally turned on auto fire and I don't know how I do it. This is not something I've had issues with. Why Dreamland 3? Because Dreamland 3 has these foreground objects that have transparency, and if you have that filter off, it'll become like a dithered mess, from what I understand. Yeah, I don't know how to turn this off, so I'm probably gonna have to lose this race and try... Hold on. There we go, it's off. So I think you have to hit all 4 face buttons, as well as plus and or start and select. But yeah, my speed was maxing out at like 312 kilometers per hour. Get out of the fucking way! And like the racer that was in like 6th was like getting far away from me, which is not what should be happening in this game. So because of auto fire, I'm probably going to die here soon, unless I can pass this dinghead. Okay, let's see if we can make a comeback. Uh-oh. Whoa! Somebody blew up. Can't believe I actually got second, though. Made a comeback. So yeah, auto fire being turned on kind of sucks. I don't know how I did that, though, even though I was only pressing start and select. I must have been holding down B simultaneously or something. So I guess if I did have one thing to complain about it probably is that auto fire thing, which I don't see anything in the settings to turn that off. Because I didn't even know it was really a thing until I've accidentally done it a couple times. But I guess it's good for the TurboGrafx 16 core if you're not using an original TurboGrafx 16 or PC Engine controller, or controller which is TurboFire in general. It's probably good for that. Or, you know, maybe any arcade games where you're playing a shooter and you can turn that on so you don't have to keep mashing the fire button. I think I'd much rather, if it doesn't have auto fire automatically, like built into the game, I think I'd much rather just mash the button. Especially with the arcade stick, it's just kind of fun to do that. Arcade sticks are fun. Oh, fuck. out of the fucking way! He's literally in the center of the track and there's wind pushing me on each side. What an asshole. Oh shit. Like pinball? God. Oh shit. Ooh, this guy. I really just want to fucking blow him up. Shit. God, and the slow racers too. It's irritating as hell with the slow racers, the people you're lapping, but I wouldn't have it any other way, though. It's what keeps this game interesting. Especially considering I usually just boot the game up and don't select a difficulty. And the default difficulty is beginner. So I'm like, even though there's rubber banding, I'm always in first with no real competition from second. That's what keeps it fresh, is the people I'm getting lapped and being bumped into them and pinballing all over the place, and that's what keeps it interesting. Ready for a good fucking song? I know I am. Oh, that was interesting. I think the reason why I love this game as much as F-Zero GX is how drastically different they honestly are. F-Zero GX has these giant, very wide tracks, and this game is a bit more claustrophobic in comparison, but they both give off such a different vibe because of that. Also, you know, F-Zero GX, you kind of have to use your boost to the point where you'll have very little health left, and in this game you only get one boost per lap, and even then I don't really use them all that much, because there's not really lengthy straightaways like this on every track. There's a lot of, like, tight turns. I feel like this game is, to get good at it, you kind of have to master the controls, like with the L and R buttons, and just the general feel of your hovercraft or car or whatever. And in F-Zero GX, it's more so a mastery of managing your health and your resources. Like, you know, when to boost, how often to boost, how much health should you spare, and how well do you know the tracks to avoid obstacles like bombs in the road, and make sure you don't go flying off the track, you know? Like right here, using that boost, not such a hot idea. Like bumper cars, but the opposite. Yeah, I call it pinballing. Because you can literally just hit the wall each side of the track over and over again. The walls on each side. Alright, so Em, while I got you here, I want your opinion on something. And this is, we can kind of play a little bit of catch up now, I guess. Nothing has really happened with me, so there's not much to catch up on. You can catch up and liquor. Drink some ketchup and liquor. Oh yeah, by the way, it saves flawlessly. It saves your data. I don't know if there was ever any doubt that the MiSTer did not save your data. It certainly saves your data. So, last time I streamed, I'm gonna bring up webcam only, but I'm gonna pop the MiSTer in here so we have some audio. Yeah! So last time I streamed... What? What are you confused on? Look at all these beautiful guitars I have behind me. Can you tell that I've been more into music than video games lately? With the exception of the MiSTer? So last time I streamed, I was excited about picking up a guitar. My first guitar in like 6 years. And here it is. I know I talked about it a lot and I wanted to show it off. This fucking beautiful walnut, the Mark Holcomb 7-string PRS SE. Got an ebony fretboard. And the reason I'm kind of talking about this guitar also, we can segue into this. I talked about earlier about setting up a new little area of sorts for streaming. I didn't say area. I was like, I got working on a new setup for streaming. And it's not like this setup is ever going to go away. Do you see the lamp behind me? I don't know why I said it like that. I've got a webcam sitting on the lamp. I can try and point it out. Right above Chain Chomp's head, there's right above my finger on the camera, there's a webcam sitting there. That's my old webcam. I want to maybe, and I don't know how to do this because I'm absolutely garbage at guitar, but I kind of want to maybe set up some way to play music on stream. Sorry. Audio? Something wrong with audio? I've got audio playback my ear. It sounds fine. Is there something wrong with audio? I also just realized I did not set up my webcam today. But it looks fine. I don't even think I have to mess with it, because I think it looks fine. Anyway, I don't know what M's talking about. Maybe she'll elaborate. But the reason I'm trying to find my USB A male to female extensions, I had no audio and suddenly it came back. I don't know what to tell you. So I can actually hook up the webcam first off. But I'm thinking about taking the second microphone and having it placed behind me. Maybe at some point during streams we can just kind of stop. I can spin my chair around because I can't really show it because I'm claustrophobic. There's an amp here for guitar. Maybe just point the mic at the amp, switch that webcam back there, keep using this for me, or maybe point it directly in an acoustic guitar. I don't know how we'll incorporate this, but it was just an idea that I had, and I'm not using that other webcam. I don't know. It's an idea. I'm garbage at guitar, but it was an idea. It cut out. I think that might have just been you, because I had my audio in for my earpiece. Are you talking about the music for the game? The thing I said I'm gonna pull up the Elgato for on this scene? I don't know, but M, you're so focused on that. You're neglecting the question I asked initially. What do you think of this? Is this a dumb idea? Is this like... Because, I don't know, like I said, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but it's an idea. Because, like, it'll give me maybe an incentive to stream a little bit more often. I mean, I could... Alright, well, here, I will go back. I will go back. How about this? I will go back and listen. We'll mute Elgato for a second. So when I reached for the guitar... Sounds fine. I don't know if there was ever any doubt that the MiSTer did not save your data. It certainly saves your data. So... last time I streamed... Am I crazy? I'm gonna bring up, webcam only, but I'm gonna pop the MiSTer in here. So we have some audio. Yeah! So the last time I streamed... What? What are you confused on? Look at all these beautiful guitars I have behind me. Can you tell that I've been more into music than video games lately? With the exception of the MiSTer? So I'm about to reach for the guitar. So last time I streamed, I was excited about picking up a guitar. My first guitar in like 6 years. And here it is. I know I talked about it a lot and I wanted to show it off. This fucking beautiful guitar is in hand. Walnut. The Mark Holcomb 7-string. Please stop buying iPhones because they're garbage. Please, for the sake of all of us. Probably saying it was probably, yes, it was definitely you and your garbage ass iPhone. Please, stop letting the media industry tell you what phone you should be in, should and should not be buying. I've gotten you listening to a little bit of metal, so we can get you out of this basic white girl. I have confidence that we can get you out of this basic white girl mindset. What do they call it? Basic bitch? You know, the Apple products, the pop music, the Starbucks. Anyway, I guess we won't do that, because just explaining the idea was such a flop. That's probably a sign that we should not do that. And that's fine. Now I don't have to worry about... Well, I do. I was going to say I don't have to worry about looking around for my USB cable extensions anymore, but I do. Because I want that cheap USB keyboard I have in the same box. I don't fucking know how I lost it. It confuses me. Alright. We've only been playing video games for an hour. I can't believe it. Let's boot up the GBA core. So... do I want to jump right into F-Zero? I've not played either of these F-Zero games. They're the only two I've not played, aside from the arcade game. Oh my god. Okay, we should play Guilty Gear X for the Game Boy Advance. I played this with a NES controller without the shoulder buttons, is what I'm getting at. And I had a really fun time. It was kind of fun. I don't know why. It was kind of fun, though. Also, I need to do that. Turn Elgato volume back on. I was confused about what you were talking about because I missed part of it, but I like the idea. So yeah, dude, like, I guess GBA games being blown up on a bigger TV isn't all that great because of how small the screens were. The pixels were small as well. When I played Fire Emblem for the GBA last year, or was it 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. Oh, dude, I haven't heard May's theme on GBA yet. Oh, yeah! No! No, is there a sound test? I gotta hear this. I gotta hear more of this. Sound test? Dude, let's go. Yeah, dude, we're just gonna listen to this song now. I fucking love this theme. May's theme? I don't even know what I was saying before I got distracted. Oh yeah, I figured I knew this when I played Fire Emblem on the Wii U via the GBA Virtual Console. When you blow a Game Boy screen up to like a 55-inch TV, you can see every pixel. It's kind of blurry. So I don't know how streaming this is gonna go, but like I guess we kind of did the same thing by streaming this via the GBA player on the GameCube, except that was through S-Videos, so it was a little blurry. It kind of made it look better. Just let me know what you think as you're watching gameplay, I guess. Obviously it's upscaled, but still. Fuck yeah, dude. But yeah, like I said, if we go into video to audio, we have a 2x resolution on both the background and the sprites. Sprite limits off, so no flickering. Not that I ever really saw that on a GBA. I think it actually would slow down instead. Can't tell if that's... Regardless, we're gonna play as Soul Bad Guy, and I'm actually gonna get an idea of how this game controls with, I assume, 4 buttons. I assume the L and R buttons will do something. Like I said, when I played this initially, I only had 2 buttons. Because I was using an NES controller at the time. But yeah, if you do like the idea, then, I don't know, don't be afraid to shit some ideas in my mouth. Yo, I saw... Never mind. I saw... What? Saw some disturbing stuff recently. Ooh, look at that fat combo. I like a lot of things, but I like a lot of things too, but I definitely don't like having people shit in my ear. Just saying, mate. It's actually really weird without hearing the voice samples saying slash. Even if it is that like robotic creepy robotic voice from Guilty Gear 1. We get the theme? Yes! How do I fireball? There we go. It's fucking quarter circle forward and L. It's so weird. This is like playing Street Fighter on a controller. I do not like, I do not like playing 6-button fighters on a controller. Like, I can adapt to KOF on a controller, because that's a 4-button fighter, but, you know. Like, I'm not using the shoulder buttons at all, just because it's so awkward. So basically I'm playing this with an NES controller again, because I'm refusing to use, the shoulder buttons. Let's rock. Okay, I guess the voices are there. Maybe not for Win, though. I think this is supposed to be a GBA version of Accent Core XX or something like that. I think the second Guilty Gear game. Guilty Gear X, I guess you can call it. Okay. Perfect. Oh, this is not good. This is certainly no buenos. Oh, I didn't realize there was gonna be bounce on that. I didn't realize it was gonna bounce off the wall. I also realized it's probably about time we get a new Guilty Gear character announcement. There's also rumors going on for a lot of potentially cool shit. There's rumors going on that there's going to be a couple GameCube like remakes or ports or something like that coming to the Switch. And actually the rumor is like it's going to be on a Nintendo Direct next week. Mainly, like, we're gonna get Zelda, Twilight Princess, and Wind Waker. I've also heard that, fucking F-Zero GX might be coming back as a remake. I've also heard some people say it's gonna be, GameCube games are gonna be added to the Nintendo Online service, so I don't know. Also, rumors going on about stuff that's going to be announced at the Tokyo Game Show, like, Treasure's going to finally release, Radiant Silvergun for the Switch, which they were doing many years ago, and then it sounds like they just dropped it. Jesus! And then also that Konami is potentially bringing back Silent Hill and Metal Gear Solid. I think the rumors are that there's gonna be a Silent Hill 2 remake, and then there's gonna be a Metal Gear Solid collection of the first 3 games coming out. This is all like a lot of speculation, but when you hear some of these rumors be repeated over and over and over again, sometimes that's when they end up being true. And then for like the past year and a half, there's been rumors that the Metroid Prime trilogy is coming to Switch, and now, as we're getting closer to the holidays, more and more quote-unquote insiders, because you don't know if they're actually insiders, are saying Nintendo has been sitting on Metroid Prime 1 remake for a while, and they're going to be releasing it this holiday season. It's going to be like one of their big games for the holiday season. So I don't know. All of it's exciting news, I guess. If that does come out for Switch, the Metroid Prime trilogy, and it has gyro controls, I actually don't know if I'd buy it. I still might prefer the Wii game, because I think I would prefer the Wii motion sensor, the Wii remote and sensor, over gyro controls. But maybe that's just because House of the Dead remake gyro controls left a bad taste in my mouth. Maybe they can really be good. I don't know. I was gonna say though, if it comes out for Switch, maybe I'll just sell my GameCube copy of Metroid Prime, because I still have not played it. But I don't know. Oh! Oh! Oh shit! That was kind of cool. I didn't think that was gonna work. Oh my god, that actually landed! I am pulling off some crazy super combos here. It's weird, I always had the an issue with the input for Super in Guilty Gear on Fight Stick, Arcade Stick. Here with the Super Nintendo D-pad, which I do not like using D-pads for fighting games at all. I'm having an easy time with it. It's the like half circle back, quarter circle forward. Or no, half circle back. Was it half circle back, half circle forward? Or no, it's half circle back and then forward. It's like a little semicircle. It's just with a D-pad, it kind of feels like you're doing half circle back, half circle forward. Oh, oh, oh! She keeps making these poor decisions. Oh! I'm telling you, man, this game is fun. I don't know why. It's just a GBA game. I just realized that says coming stage. That is what that says, right? Coming stage? Like a CO? Not a CU? Made a terrible choice of backdashing. I feel like I'm mostly getting perfects, and I didn't even adjust the difficulty slider. This is normal difficulty. Yeah, coming stage. It's my favorite kind of stage. I don't know why, I keep getting Testament confused with, or no, Testament was the second to last boss in Guilty Gear 1, right? Or was that Judgment? I feel like I keep getting Testament confused with the second to last boss in Guilty Gear 1. Maybe the design is drastically different, that might be why. It's weird, I remember having to fight Zato last time I played this, and he was a pain. I think he was the only one that really gave me any trouble. Weird that he didn't show up this time around. But this time around, I think I had to fight, Milia. And maybe May? I don't think I fought either of those last time, on my own time. Is cool. Let's enjoy a great showtime? What's that? Yeah, let's enjoy a great showtime. Okay, yeah, this is definitely not, like... Despite this probably being, like, early, close to mid-2000s, something like that. This has got that, that broken English translation. Uh-oh. Here we go. Here we go. Time to get my ass handed to me. Oh god, someone's actually fighting back. This is so weird. Uh-oh. What's going on? She's almost dead. Okay. think we beat the game. I don't know if there's a true ending boss. Maybe this is not Guilty Gear XX, because I thought the true ending boss of Guilty Gear XX was wow, I can't remember her name. Chick with a guitar. Like, what? This is Guilty Gear X, so yeah. Maybe they couldn't fit her in. Maybe she wasn't, like, a playable character in Guilty Gear X. Or I guess XX is probably, like, the ultimate edition of it, so maybe she wasn't in the original X. I don't know, I'm totally speculating too much over a little Game Boy Advance game. Sammy, 2002, 1998 through 2002. Rest in peace, Sammy. You were only 4 years old. I'm pretty sure the song ends. I don't think I'm supposed to reset my system. Oh, I was supposed to hit A or B, not start or select. My bad. Okay. I can show off real quick how good Mario Kart Super Circuit looks. I don't really have anything to go off of with, the hell? That was weird. I don't have anything to really go off of with Guilty Gear, but Mario Kart Super Circuit, I know what that looks like because I own the game. And this looks pretty fucking good if you ask me. And then we'll go to another core. Remember, this has the 2x scaling for sprites and backgrounds. So I played through, I think, 2 cups of this the other day while Emmy was sleeping. Because I had my, like, work vacation last week, and it was nice. There's a Mario. Doesn't say. No trophies? Did I do, like, 100cc? Did it not save my progress? I can't see my records. I'm guessing it didn't save my progress? God, I kind of want to play this one because of Sky Garden. Maybe I did 100cc. I don't know. After we do this cup, though, we should be able to see if it shows trophies or not. But look how good this fucking looks, dude! And also, I think this is the first time I'm playing this game on stream, so hurrah for that. I guess this is the first time I played quite a few games on stream today. F-Zero GX, or F-Zero. I don't think I ever played F-Zero SNES on stream. And then this game and Guilty Gear X for the GBA. Which Mario is this? This is Mario Kart Super Circuit for the GBA. I think you were probably on the phone when I was saying it earlier, but I was saying I was basically telling how, like, after RetroArch, I got really into playing a bunch of Mario Karts, to the point where I got you 7 and DS, so we could play it together, and how we were just playing a bunch of different Mario Karts together over the past 2 months. During that time, it was the past 2 months. And how this was the only Mario Kart we weren't able to play because, you know, I don't have 2 copies of that game, and This is probably my least favorite Mario Kart, despite really enjoying it. And I was stating that with the two-player Game Boy Advance core, we can actually play that together now. Like I said, I haven't tried that out yet, but I think this could be fun for us to play. Unless this has the same effect on you as Mario Kart Super Circuit. Not Super Circuit, Super Mario Kart for the Super Nintendo, how it hurts your eyes. Because it does kind of have that, like, Super FX chip effect to it with how the map moves. Except this time around it's got, like, Mario Kart 64 looking racers. Models, I guess. Probably on the phone because I don't remember that. Yeah. So if you're interested in playing this, I think this could be a good time. Granted, like, there are better Mario Karts to play, but I'm gonna shut the... well, I'm gonna turn the volume up for Elgato for you guys. I'm gonna turn my own volume up, because we got some good music that's about to play. Hell yeah, dude. Ever since this track got released for the first booster pack in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I have gotten a lot of, like, newfound love for Sky Garden. So yeah, I love this track now, as a result. Food here. Did you get me tots? Fucking crabs. So I say every morning when I wake up, take a... Never mind. It's a weird joke even for me, I think. Is that a seagull? Those are seagulls. I played through this game once. I think all the tracks on 50cc in order to mark it as beaten earlier on this year. Or it might have been late last year for the GBA. And I haven't really played it much other than that, other than to do comparison videos. Put up comparison videos on my YouTube channel of the new Mario Kart 8 Deluxe DLC tracks versus, like, the original hardware, you know, the original game. And that was like I booted up the GBA copy of this game twice, just for the sake of capturing Sky Garden and Snowland. I almost got him. It's also weird how fast the cups go by in this game compared to Super Mario Kart, because that's what I relate this game to a lot, is Super Mario Kart. Just because graphically and gameplay-wise, they're pretty similar. Also, that was not the 4th race. I thought it was. I think Super Mario Kart is like 5 or 6 races per cup, though, to be fair. Also, I might boot up Super Mario Kart after this, because I have a sudden urge to play Rainbow Road in that game. I really like Rainbow Road in that game. And I don't think they were bringing back old tracks quite yet. I think that started with Mario Kart DS. Or Mario Kart Double Dash, because that came before DS. This is a very weird track with, like, toady totem holes and Shy Guys and teepees. You'd think I would remember this. Oh, I like how it turns to night there, though. That, like, transition. I dig that. This track needs to make a return to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Alright? Just that one transition alone has convinced me. I mean, this is a very unique track. Because I think at this point, Maple Treeway is, I think, the only Mario Kart 8, or the only track I want to make a return to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I think that's the only thing that's on my wish list at this point, because I got Mushroom Gorge and Waluigi Pinball. And I think there was one in the first... I don't remember what it was. I think there was one in the first DLC pack. And the first 2 new cups that I wanted that I got. Off the top of my head, I don't really remember anything else that I was like, oh, this would be dope, but this made a return. Maybe GameCube, maybe Mario Kart Double Dash's Rainbow Road. DK Summit? DK Pass? Yeah, I guess there is a couple good ones. I feel like there's another one. Rico Harbor. I don't think that's the name of the track. But the Rico Harbor one from Mario Kart DS. There's probably a couple from Mario Kart DS. I just haven't played that game in probably well over 10 years to remember. But that was the Mario Kart I really grew up with. Like, as a little fucking 4-year-old or whatever, I do remember playing Mario Kart 64. But Mario Kart DS is the one I played like every day after school and, you know, hours and hours on end. For like probably a good year or two. Alright, so let's see. Yep, there's a trophy, so it just did not save my save data from last time. I do notice with some of these games that auto-save, I think if you turn the core off improperly, or if you don't have this autosave feature on. I thought this autosave feature was just for settings, but it might actually be for autosaving the game. So, if we do autosave, boot up another game, go back, I think we should be good. I only did 2 cups, and I don't mind doing those again now. But once again, like I said, I might have done 100 or 150cc, so yep, that's still there. So let's go back. Because I am curious if it's 100cc. I'm curious if my data is still here or not. Also, welcome back, Em. Yeah, no. And I don't think I did 150. Oops. Go ahead and turn Elgato down a little bit because we're going to be switching cores here in a second. I don't want to blow out anybody's eardrums. Did I choose 150 without realizing it? I did. Yeah, no. My data's just gone. That's fine. Like, it's okay. But that issue should be solved now that I have autosave on, right? Autosave's on. Yeah, so it's displaying at 1080p. Oh, you can actually adjust the core volume there and the global volume. Interesting. All right, what else do we have? Just like with RetroArch, I can finally do Atari 2600 games. It's under the Atari 7800 core. So I have a couple games. Play a little bit of Berzerk. This is probably one of those games that'll blow your fucking ears out if you have it on, if you have it up too loud. So hope for the best. Yeah, it's a little loud. At least it was for me. I think it was for you guys too. What's under Atari 2600? Flicker blend? I don't know. I haven't really adjusted messed with this core too much. Yikes. I've not found... Whoa. Okay, I think we need to, So I only played Pac-Man, so I've not used, like, face buttons. So... Okay, let's go back. Define Atari 7800 buttons. Right, left, down, up. Fire 1. Fire 2. Pause. Select. Reset. I don't have a, if I had my fucking keyboard plugged in, I could just hit space to skip this, but now I have to, like, actually... Oh, no, I can't keep skipping all this, because I'm out of buttons. I don't know if that actually did anything. I can't move up. Holy shit. I will have to plug my keyboard in for this. Hold on one second. There's too many wires. Okay. Keyboard is plugged in, so we can actually properly set this now. I don't really have a set controller I use for the Atari 2600, so right, left, down, up. Fire 1, fire 2. There is no pause, so skip. We'll hit select because select. Skip, 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 skip. No. And hopefully... Yep. Feels good now. And it's really weird seeing this game in anything that isn't RF video quality. Ah! So I like very few Atari 2600 games. Not that I've played a whole lot of them. There are very few Atari 2600 games that I like. So fortunately for everyone, you're not really going to see anything other than this game, Berzerk, and this game, which is Berzerk, and Junior Pac-Man. I have a couple others on there that I'm interested in, but I used to watch a lot of Metal Jesus, so of course I'm interested in Hero. Those guys are bursting in earnest. For the most part, they seem to kill themselves, but I think I can adjust to difficulty B. I think it'll be a bit harder. Oh, I got it, dude! And I also understand this isn't the most exciting gameplay to watch, so that's kind of another reason why you won't see these too often. I'll add them to Fortune Cookie just because they're on the MiSTer, but, you know. It's nice little 5-minute, 10-minute spurts of fun once in a blue moon, but like, I didn't grow up in the era with the 2600s, so. But yeah, I died. 37-30. See if you can beat my score. You probably can. Junior Pac-Man's great, though. I dig it. I actually only recently found out that this is not an actual Pac-Man game. I thought this was a genuine, like, yes, Namco made this kind of Pac-Man game, but no, this is one of those games that some guy probably made in his basement and sold, you know, in a retailer or in a game shop or whatever. This is one of those games that led to, the video game market crash. Oh, I got it! The ghosts are definitely trickier in this game than any other Pac-Man game I've really played. I'm unbelievably bad at Pac-Man games? Nah, man, you grew up with that Pac-Man racer, I'm sure you're fine. But if it makes you feel better, I don't think you could possibly be bad at, or worse, at any video game than you are at Super Mario World. Because you have a habit of jumping off Yoshi and then jumping into a pit, so. Hopefully that makes you feel better, Elm. So let's see. I think we're going to do 3 or 4 more cores, maybe 5, and then we'll call it a stream. I think we'll take a look at Genesis. Is there even anything on the Sega CD that I want to look at? Dragon's Lair. Kato Flying Squadron, maybe? It's not really anything that jumps out at me. So we'll probably look at Genesis. We'll look at Neo Geo for sure. We'll look at PSX for sure. Maybe 32X? I think I want to play that Hummingbird shoot 'em up. Calibri. Maybe Tempo as well. I don't think we'll look at the Sega Master System. Maybe. Maybe not. Ninja Gaiden. I mean, we played a good bit of that on stream. Yeah. And we'll definitely look at TurboGrafx. So TurboGrafx 16, 32X, PSX, and Neo Geo. And maybe Genesis. I'm not 100% sure on Genesis quite yet. I think it was more games like Beat 'em and Eat 'em than it was homebrew Pac-Man games that led to the crash. Yeah. I mean that was but that is kind of the truth though. Like it's because anybody could make a game for the Atari 2600 and release it, and there was oversaturation and their games were sitting in dollar bins at stores not moving and everything like that. That's why when Nintendo rebranded their console to actually come out in the US after the crash, they had their little Nintendo brand, Nintendo seal of approval sticker on cartridges and game boxes to say, hey, you know, this is a Nintendo approved this game. And, you know, they had piracy protection or whatever, so no like third party companies can release video games for their consoles, and that's kind of been the norm ever since. I mean, Sega Dreamcast was a thing for piracy, I know, because I guess there was some way the Dreamcast could cooperate with Windows 98 or Windows SE, or I don't know too much about that, but I do know that there was some cooperation, coordination, whatever. Let's play Neo Geo. So I'm going to actually get my arcade stick hooked up for this. But first, I'm going to take a little bathroom break. The fact that it happened in the same area twice means it's faded. I'm not to play that one. If we get you on stream again, we're going to have to make you play some more Mario World. We're going to get you past that level. Don't know how... also, people didn't know what to trust either because anyone could make anything. Which is weird because like the games that are blamed for the crash were licensed games, I believe. It was the original Pac-Man and games like E.T. Those are like the two games that are constantly pointed at and blamed for the crash. So yes, while people making video games in their basement and releasing it or whatever had a say in it, the games that were actually pointed at and called bad were the ones like released by Atari themselves or whatever. Not my area of expertise. I could be wrong, but yeah. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and then we're going to play some Neo Geo. Okay. You like this scene? Thanks. I try to, like, with the opening, I try to have them themed towards what time of year it is. So that's, like, my summer one. And I go through, like, fall ones and winter ones. And I usually try to correlate them with, like, time of day of streaming as well. So nighttime, daytime, whatever. Anyway. So I've got my arcade stick. So you're going to be hearing a bit of that. Cool thing about the Neo Geo is you could actually set it to the arcade or the AES. that's the arcade or the console, which is super cool. I like keeping it on arcade because I like just popping in credits and changing the level and everything like that. Speaking of which, you can change the dip switch settings. So we'll go ahead and turn that on. It's cool. I like it. It makes me feel like I'm some kind of like important Neo Geo like serviceman or whatever that would go around to arcades presumably and set up, change the cartridges and change dip switch settings. So like if we go to boot up a game here, I've got a couple games on here that are hacks, like Cross Swords 2 here. This is the Sega CD, or Sega CD. This is the Neo Geo CD, brought back to the Neo Geo. Also, I think Cabal here is just the regular arcade version. So I downloaded a pack of like all the games, and it included a bunch of like hacks and stuff like that. I went through and I removed the stuff I wasn't too interested in. Especially most of the hacks, but there was a couple hacks like Cross Swords 2 and Cabal, and I think another one that's in here. Maybe Ironclad, and maybe another one or two that I was interested in enough to actually keep. We got like all the KOFs. Trying to find something that'll pop out at me. I do kind of like Overtop. It's a weird, tricky game. So let's boot up Overtop. I'm terrible at it, and Emmy found it hilarious when I was playing it. So it takes us to this menu here, which is like, oh, fuck, dude, I'm a cool Neo Geo guy, whatever, you know? We can go and we can set up the, we can set up the difficulty settings and the demo and whether or not I can keep popping in credits, or I don't think that's in here, but whatever. Yeah, and then we hit exit. It's like, dip switch 1 off. Just go back to the menu. We turn it off. We got a video game. And you only have to do this once. It'll remember your settings. I just turned the dip switch thing on for the sake of showing you. And just like that, we're able to play one of the most expensive consoles. Actually, probably the most expensive console from the 90s. Well, I don't know, because there was stuff like the Sharp 68,000 and the Pioneer Laser Active, and what's the successor to the PC Engine, the one that had 5 games, the PC FX or something like that. Why did I find this hilarious? If you don't remember, then just give it a second. You'll remember. just give it a second. I'm gonna repeat the same mistakes. I chose the sports car though. Let me just choose this family. Pumpkin yellow. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna be a Disney princess. I'm Snow White. Yes, this one will crash as I just kept going back and forth in between a wall. So you have your little mini-map up there, but man, that does not help at all. This is a fun game though, I dig it. I mean, I've not really ever been a big fan of these overhead racing games. Like, I played RC Pro-Am for NES. Didn't really care too much for it. Also, how's my audio? Is the game drowning me out at all? Well, you know what? Now that I crashed, I can check. No, I think it's all good. Oh, hey, is that a shortcut? Look at that. Oh, I've got a turbo? Is that what that is? Or did I just rev my engine? But yeah, the only unfortunate thing is since we're playing arcade and not console, there is no way to pause this from what I can tell. You have to go into the menu and you select the freeze option. So... Oh! Oh! I just dig this game though. I don't know why. I'm terrible at it. But I just dig its aesthetic. You went through the hedges? Oh yeah, we off-roading this shit now. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, it was a shortcut. Dink. I'm seeing all these shortcuts. Oh man, it's Snowy Mountain. Oh, I could have went through the snowman. Hell yeah, dude. Taking this family sedan, or I guess minivan, off some sick ramps, dude. Oh, I just rear-ended a bike and they're perfectly fine. Dink. Oh, fucking tree. Stupid building. Ow. It's funny watching your family sedan drift. But yeah, this game's great. It's amusing. I'm terrible at it, but I dig it. And like, one thing I didn't mention about the MiSTer is the MiSTer has actually been pretty accepted in the fighting game community for like retro fighting games. I know there are arcade versions of Marvel vs. Capcom 1 and Marvel Superheroes, and obviously like all the versions of Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter Alphas, stuff like that. And then obviously we have the Neo Geo here with all the like KOFs and Last Blade, Fatal Fury, Sam Show. Oh... But yeah, that goes to show how good the input latency is, and if I didn't mention it, the MiSTer is very accepting of a wide variety of controllers. You can pretty much just plug in any USB controller and it'll accept it. Adapters too. So the FGC has come to be very accepting and reliant on the MiSTer, instead of lugging around like OG hardware and CRTs or whatever. That's a good testament of how good the input latency and such is on this. And we'll probably play a little bit of like Garou, Mark of the Wolves or something, because it's the fucking Neo Geo. I have to, you know? I found the horn button. I'm sure with time I'll get better at this game, but I don't really care all that much, admittedly. I'm in second all of a sudden? So that happened that happened last time. I was in fourth doing terrible when I was playing initially, and then I get down this last straightaway and I just pass all 3 other cars. They like slowed down for me. It was kind of hilarious. I guess they do that on level 1. And then I have my quote-unquote my memory card in here, so I can save my high score. Just yeet through that grass. And I guess that's all there is to the game. Which is a shame, because I would love more tracks. Like if we hit start and then maybe if we choose another car, maybe maybe we'll get something, maybe we'll get a different set of tracks. I don't think we will though. Happy yellow. Oh, maybe this is a little different. So that might be our replayability, is just choosing different cars. Let's go next stage. But yeah, I think Neo Geo Core and the TurboGrafx 16 Core are probably the 2 I'm the most excited about, just because those were the 2 consoles that I couldn't really get, or if I did get them, like I did with the Turbo Duo at the end, or a couple months ago, won't really have a lot of access to a lot of the games without spending an arm and a leg, you know? So these are the 2 cores I'm most excited about, because I can finally play Super Air Zonk. That's like, what, $7,000? You know? And we played that. It's slower than regular Air Zonk. Regular Air Zonk looks fucking fun, which maybe we'll boot that up here in a bit. Ow, ow. I like my horn. Ow. Just gonna take this shortcut. I can't tell if it's the same or if it's different. It seems to be the same premises. We go through like some rain, then a muddy area up to the snowy area. I can't tell if it's the same exact tracks though. I mean, that's good because it's got its replay value either way. Ayo. Sorry, snowman. I saw a shortcut and I'm like, I'm gonna take it. Ow. Magical Chase, yeah. Did you ever decide whether you liked the Japanese or English or American version better? The US or Japanese? I mean, I guess there's not really a difference. It's just like whether or not you like the more colorful Japanese one or the more Americanized, like you know, let's turn these magical or very colorful Tetris blocks into lush greenery. But that's the other thing. It's like Magical Chase, and Magical Chase is like another expensive-ass game too, especially if you're trying to get the TurboGrafx 16 version, the English version. I mean, even the Japanese one is expensive, and I kind of wanted to play that because it was a cute 'em up, or a witch 'em up, as some people call it, because it's, you know, it's another game where you're a witch on a broomstick shooting things like Gunbird or Cotton. But then there's also Neo Turf Masters, you know, like fucking $8,000 game or whatever. Granted, you have ways of playing some of these games. It's just, you know, $8 on the Switch is not bad, especially considering it's the hamster port that I'm referring to for Neo Turf Masters. But then you have stuff like Airzonk for the Wii U, which is fine. There's a good bit of input latency though, and soon you will not be able to buy that. And you can't even get the the Super Airzonk, the CD one, that's expensive as hell. You're restricted to what Konami put out on that system. Whereas with the MiSTer, it's like if it runs in that system, just fucking download a ROM for it and you can play it. What? Man, this really feels like a game that I would have fallen in love with as a kid, though. This really does feel like my kind of game for, like, my kid self. Oh, shit. Might be why I like it. It definitely feels like something that would have come straight out of my childhood. I don't know why. It gives me that Cruisin' USA vibe. Latency would suck with Airzonk? Yeah. I wouldn't know because I haven't played the Wii U one yet. I think I like the Japan version more, but I do think I remember noticing right away the enemy placement / amount is different. So you think they made it harder for the US version? Because that sounds a lot like what they did with Ninja Gaiden 3. Cool thing with the MiSTer is I can play Ninja Gaiden 3, the Japanese one. I can play Castlevania 3, the Japanese Famicom Disk System version with the better music or whatever it is. Which I'm surprised I didn't show that earlier, but I'm not going back. We'll see it someday, I'm sure. What else? Shock Troopers. Oh, right! I can play SVC Chaos, which is the third Capcom versus SNK game, technically. This one's made by SNK, whereas the first two were made by Capcom. And this one was released on the Xbox exclusively, which I don't own and I don't ever plan on owning, and the Neo Geo. I think this is one of the last games released for the Neo Geo. So I was excited to find out that I could finally play this game. I haven't played it yet, and I hear it's not all that great, but I'm excited nonetheless. Play a little bit of Strikers 1945 Plus, I suppose. I played this in the Psycho collection on Switch and really dig that version more so than this one. But I just like playing this game. Insert coins. Data load. Oh, it actually saves my data for that too. That's kind of cool. think so, if I'm remembering right. Yeah. That sounds about right. Japan does that sometimes, so they make the US version harder for us over here. I don't know why. They hate us or something. Oh, what? Oh, I didn't realize that was... I thought that was something breaking off of the ship. The enemy ship. Oh no, I thought I was able to squeeze through there. Ah. Man, I was being a freaking boss against this boss when I played it the first time though. I felt so good. I was able to like dodge all that without needing my bombs and such. Clearly my skill level is not there today. Ah, I'm so used to games where like the bombs are instantaneous. They instantly save you if you're in a bad spot, but like they'll instantly give you invulnerability or whatever. That's not the case this one. That's why I keep dying as soon as I hit the bomb button. I try to wait till last minute until I know I absolutely need it. Oof. All right, last continue, because we're not gonna sit here and play this one all night. Although I could. I do want to show off other cores, and I do kind of want to play Garou. Cool thing about Garou that I found out is I haven't played it on the arcade. I haven't played the arcade one yet. I imagine it's the same case as like playing it on Arcade Archives on the Switch. But the cool thing with Garou on here is if you play the console version, you actually get Grant and Kane? Yeah. The two bosses of the game. You actually get them as playable characters, which is super cool. Which actually I might play the home version instead of the arcade version for this one. Which thankfully it's super easy to switch over. You just hit the setting in the menu. Oof. Oh! Wow. Alright. Like I said, we were just gonna... And that was our last credit, too. So, like I said, we were just gonna go till I use that last credit. So that'll save me where I was. And not so much my score. I don't know if this was something that... I don't think... AAAA at the top there is my... score. I accidentally put that in instead of my initials. But I don't know if this was a game... I don't think it was. But I don't know if this was a game that was actually on the original Neo Geo, or if this is another one of those arcade games that were hacked to be on the Neo Geo here. But yeah. There's plenty of other games here that I get to play freaking Windjammers, even though I have it on Switch and PS4. Well, we got like Waku Waku 7. There's some others that I don't think are on the Switch via Arcade Archives, like Spin Master, Prehistoric Isle 2. Like I said, Overtop. I don't think Neo Turf Masters is on there either. Obviously, the SVC Chaos, Ironclad. Can't remember if, I think Ghost Pilots is pretty interesting. Gonryo. Obviously Cross Swords 2. Captain Tomaday. Actually, we're going to boot this up real quick because this looks interesting. I haven't really played it yet, but you play as a tomato. It's a shoot 'em up, or I guess you can say it's a cute 'em up. I think your A button is your A button's your left punch, your B button's your right punch, which is gonna be weird for me because A is like Y and B is B, referring to you know, Nintendo controls, because this is a Nintendo arcade stick I'm holding. So basically putting it, my left punch is my top button, or my right punch is my bottom button. This is weird. You change formations? All our options are like little alien mutant things. Dude, let's go! Speed limit 100 kilometers per hour. Oh yeah, this is really weird. Tomato, that's a tomato can! So actually, I'm gonna die. See if I can freeze. Cool thing about the MiSTer, I can remap the buttons for this game. So A, B. I did the wrong thing. No. Is that not... Press key remap for game. Press button / key to change. Well, I want to kind of change all of them. Press button to map to on the same pad or key on keyboard. This is confusing. Okay, so if I do that, does that just switch them? Get me out of this menu! It did not change anything. That's fine. Oh, I can just hold the 2 buttons down though. Okay, so that's not that confusing. This is so weird though. Oh my god. I'm mini. Now I'm big again. I'm taking performance-enhancing drugs. Speaking of drugs, that tomato can just gave me a pill? Dude, I love this game. It's fucking great. I love it. 10 out of 10. T! Ah! I'm a monkey throwing bananas. Okay. I see 2 TTs. That was terrible. Terrible. What are you? Is that a Cupid? Yeah, it's definitely a Cupid. He's spitting out hearts. I see a naked baby, I immediately assume. What the fuck? Are those just in the background? Oh, they coming down for me. God dang it. Good thing I have infinite continues. Man, this game is interesting. And I think I need to turn the difficulty down a little bit for it to be a little bit more enjoyable. I mean, it's enjoyable, but to not die every 5 seconds is what I mean. What? Want those tomatoes? God, I just want the fucking tomatoes! I think they disappeared because I shot them so much. Holy shit, there's a lot going on in this game. Jesus. How many continues have we used?
It's showtime.
Oh my god, a little bit of slowdown here and there. Oh my god, when I get right up on the boss, it slows the game down so much. Ah! I was not expecting that. Holy shit. I'm just gonna stay here. I was ready and I still could not. Oh, I need more credits. Oh. Are those French fries? Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, I got a friend! Oh, my friend is dead. Ooh. I forgot I could charge up my fists. This game's fucking weird, dude. I like it. Woohoo! I didn't know Yoshi's here. What? Alright. I know I said we'd do Garo next, but I'd actually rather play my favorite fighting game for the system. Which is Real Bout Fatal Fury Special. I don't think we're going to get around to the Genesis core like initially thought. We've been streaming for almost 3 hours, which is a lot for me considering I've not been streaming much at all.
Real Bout Fatal Fury Special. Round 1. Fight!
Alright. So, pop some quarters in. Let's see if we can do this with like $1 worth of credits. No! Start me from the beginning.
Hey, how's it going, dude? And let's begin. Choose your favorite character.
I guess we'll fight myself, starting off.
Is bad. Be tough or be dead, big guy. Ready? Go.
By the way, you said you liked the intro, the Arrquil intro, just in case you ever want to know what it's from. This is what it's from. Holy shit, that was a cool combo. And obviously for most of these Neo Geo games I'm playing on level 1 because I'd much rather have fun than have an ego, I guess.
Next battle. Let's party. Round 1. Fight.
Uh-oh. Panda Bear!
Round 2. Fight.
Is Panda still over here? He is! I like the Panda Bear. See if we can, I wonder if the panda is like a special stage kill. Or whatever. I'm not gonna be able to do it. Not gonna do it because he won't cooperate. I mean, Jin won't cooperate, not the panda. Bitch. Whatever. Panda's cute. It'll maul your ass in real life, I'm pretty sure, but it's cute.
Next battle. Versus Andy, Japan. One. Fight.
Oh! That was extremely unnecessary on my part. God, look how friggin' good this game looks over HDMI though.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, drop that combo. Yosh.
Next comes. Wow. Looks tough.
Oh boy.
Angry. Fight.
Alright. Time to get extremely frustrated with Billy. Oh, he grabbed me. I tried. I actually, the one thing I don't know how to do in this game is how to combo into a super. So I always just like try to back away and do it. Which, as a result, the super never really lands, but when it does, it's super satisfying. It's probably something as simple as like your heavy kick into super. It's probably can do that. Uh-oh. That was messy.
Yes. Okay. Next battle. Let's party. Round 1. Fight.
Nope. What are you doing? Stop. So I usually don't fight this guy too much in my routes. I usually get the big guy. Chun? I can't remember his name. I usually get the bigger guy. Oh my god. Barely got out of that with my life. So I don't really know how Han Fu works. I don't think he's in like many other KOF games either, so. Uh oh. Should have blocked. God. I hate how he keeps beating me to the punch. But yeah, I don't know why. I love Garo. Don't get me wrong, I love a lot of the fighting games for the system, like KOFs and everything, KOF 2002 and 2000 specifically, but I don't know what it is about this game. I love this game so much more. And I played Real Bout Fatal Fury, just the first one, not Special, back, I think when I had COVID in January, and really loved that one too. Especially the fact that you fight a whole team of 3 was really cool as well. Also, I'm talking over like the best song in the game. Hate myself. Uh-oh. I thought I could get away with it. I love just chipping people away with light kicks.
Next battle. Versus Bob, Brazil. Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god, 9-hit combo, dude. Let's go. I don't think I've ever done that before. That was nuts. God, because I never realized you can catch them on the way down with your crouching light kicks. Oh, I put myself in a really bad spot. Oh, kicked right in the nads.
Pull yourself together. This opponent looks ready to kill.
Oh no.
Stay tough,
We're at
and
the end.
good luck.
Well, just about.
Round one. Fight.
Oh shit. Oh no. So admittedly Krauser in this game, maybe it's just because I play on level 1. I really love fighting Krauser in this game. He's like such a fair but challenging fight. Oh shit. There we go. Woo. Got me. Got me again. Got him. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Next battle. Versus Bowser, Germany.
Here we go, dude. Here we fucking go.
Hey,
I'll chisel your gravestone. Sleep well.
No! I keep screwing up the power dunk. There we go. I'm screwing up the power dunks, dude. Oh no. Ooh. Oh. Whoa, I've never seen that before. I knew he had the other super. I don't even know if that's a super.
Final round. Fight.
Oh no. Oh yeah. I kept dropping so many special inputs though. I dropped Rising, or not Rising Tackle.
Congratulations.
Yeah, my DP, whatever that. Can't even fucking remember the name of that right now. Kept dropping that and my Light Burning Knuckles so often.
Stay cool.
Power Dunk, that's what it is. And now my favorite thing about some of these fighting game endings is how humorous or cheesy they can be. Yeah, man. Fucking love this game.
Game over.
No. All right, I think we will move on to another core now. So what did I say? We'll do PSX 32X TurboGrafx 16. We'll probably drop 32X and we'll do PCX and TurboGrafx 16 for sure. I do want to do those. So we'll do TurboGrafx 16. Which, since I do not have an adapter for PC Engine controller, I will be using the NES controller. So we have TurboGrafx and TurboGrafx 16 CD, PC Engine CD, whatever, same thing. Nothing is really popping out to me other than Splatterhouse. The hell? That was weird. It wasn't taking my input of the start button. Or run, as TurboGrafx 16 calls it. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about earlier, how the cores kind of differ in sound and loudness. So I'll go ahead and turn the volume up for you guys. That last guy was a little bitch. So yeah, I think solely because, admit it, this is kind of stupid, but solely because of the mask, I much prefer playing, like, I guess the original arcade version. I guess that's what it's considered. I don't know for sure because I've only played it on the Namco collection on Switch, which is a good collection, don't get me wrong. There are good Switch collections from, you know, companies other than, or I guess Arcade Archives does have a bit of, like, the Hamster company has a bit of a say, or not a say, but works with some of these companies like Konami and such. you know, making some of these collections. I think they worked on, I think, both of the Namco Museum Archives Volume 1 and 2. I think they worked on both of those. But yeah, like MiSTer and M2, in my opinion, if they release a collection, you know it's probably good, you know, or even just straight up like an arcade port or whatever. I was excited about the Turtles collection for Switch. A, until I got the MiSTer and realized, A, I don't need to get that collection anymore. And B, when I realized that Digital Eclipse was behind it and not M2, like I thought. Because M2 had been behind the Castlevania and Contra collections, and then MiSTer was behind the MiSTer was behind the arcade collection Konami put out with Gradius and all that stuff on it. Ow. So I'm probably going to die here, because I'm terrible at hitting these knives. Oh, it got me on the way up. I didn't know I could do that. But yeah, I do not consider Digital Eclipse a good company when it comes to porting, especially after the Street Fighter like 30th anniversary ports. And I think they did the Mega Man ports for PS2. And while I didn't think, I'm grateful to the Mega Man Anniversary Collection. Uh-oh. I'm grateful to the Mega Man Anniversary Collection on PS2. A, because it's dirt cheap collection. And, damn. It's hard to play and talk at the same time, but A, because it's a cheap collection, you get to play and enjoy all the games for cheap. This was before it was out for Switch, I think. This was 2017 when I played it, so yeah. I think it was out. I don't think it was out on Switch yet. Regardless, they changed some things in the PS2 version, and I think they're also the ones that did the collection for Switch, and the input latency is absolutely atrocious on the X collection, as well as the standard Mega Man collection. The input latency is terrible. I do not consider them to be good porters, which is unfortunate. And I thought about it more, because when Maximilian Dood was trying to get Marvel vs. Capcom 2 on modern systems, I was excited at first. And then I was like, wait a second, Digital Eclipse has done a lot of bad ports. And I was no longer excited after that, because with a fighting game, you would not want input latency. And you're not, you know, you're gonna get input latency with that company, unfortunately. I don't know of anything good that they have ever done that I have enjoyed. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. So here's the thing. Splatterhouse was kind of the only thing that popped out to me and interested me. Emmy, are you still here? Is there anything you'd like to say? I guess we could play a little bit of Legendary Axe. I think after the first stage, I just kind of don't know what to do with myself. Granted, I've not played this game a whole lot, so. God, this is even quieter than the Splatterhouse. This game's got some good music too. Ow. Ow. Come down here, you little fucker. Ow. I'm gonna knock off your fucking legs. There we go. God, I wonder if there's an NES controller, like an original NES controller. No, there's not. I really don't think there is. I'll finish that sentence, but I don't think there is. I was gonna say, I wonder if there's an NES controller with turbo switches, because man, it does feel good to play some of these TurboGrafx 16 games with a NES controller, opposed to a PC Engine controller. It's just that I want the turbo switches. Ow. Ow. I killed the bear. God, this game looks good. I've only ever seen it on a PC Engine, like a Turbo Duo via Composite. This is not like one of the games that's on the Wii U. I don't think it is. Ow. 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 I hate these guys. I really do hate these guys. There's some enemies in this stage that I really dislike. Namely those dudes and, oops. Namely those dudes and frickin' boulders. Yes, boulders are indeed enemies. But like I said, I have not played this game all that much. I admittedly have not touched my Turbo Duo a whole lot. Like when I first got it, for like the first month of having it, I had it sitting on this like footstool. Because I had a lot of stuff. I had my guitar amp sitting on that, right there as well. And when it was sitting there, I did play like Bonk's Adventure and, yeah, Bonk's Adventure and Final Soldier quite a bit on it. But after I actually found a spot on the shelf for it with all the other consoles, can't see shit. After I found a spot on the shelf for it with all the other consoles, admittedly, I stopped playing it as much. It's like I kind of forgot about it. It's sad. I also was really trying to find a TV, because it was modded for SCART, right? I was also really trying to find a TV that could do component out, and with the area I live in, which is in buttfuck nowhere, really not easy to find a TV that has component out that isn't like an HD CRT, which is not good. God dang it. Oh fuck, I fucked myself. It's these freaking boulders, man, I hate them. They fucking weird hitboxes. You see that one attack I did where it just went right through it? I hear Legendary Axe 2 is pretty different. I do enjoy Legendary Axe 1, but I'm fucking terrible at it. Alright, let's jump over to the CD side. I think I'm going to be a little more interested in a couple games on the CD side. Like Monster Lair. But yeah, I was so excited for that TurboGrafx, or the Turbo Duo R. It's gonna be a little hard to let go of it. Also, I like how this game is significantly louder than Legendary Axe. I guess it might not even be a core-to-core basis, it might just be a game-to-game basis. But yeah, the Turbo Duo R was going to be a little hard to let go of, but I mean, it's going to be some good money. I'll probably get about what I paid back for it, which was, I think, like $430, $450. Which is a really good price, because when I was looking around for TurboGrafx 16 and TurboGrafx 16 CDs, I was finding, like, on eBay, untested you know, with both of the consoles untested for like close to $900. And I would not buy that because, you know, the capacitors are fucking terrible and could be leaking all over the motherboard and shit like that if it's not properly taken care of. This is a PC Engine modded with SCART and replace capacitors and region free and all that good stuff. So like $450 is a really good deal, and it's from a very well-known modder. So that I don't think that'll be too hard to sell. Just gotta make sure it gets packaged up safely and shit. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. That's pretty dope. Oh. Oh. I don't really like my power up for this boss. Well, I didn't mean I wanted to die and lose it. I always wondered where this song was from. Now I know. Which is weird, because I played like the first two stages of this on RetroArch some many months ago. What the fuck are you? Oh, you blessed me with something, I guess. Did you see the alligator snicker? Adorable. 10 out of 10, a good boy. Or maybe that's a crocodile. I don't know the difference. Ah, dang it. I wonder how many continues this game gives me. Damn. Whoa! I do not like this guy. He is spitting a lot of beach balls. There's definitely got to be limited continues in this game. Dope. I'll keep playing this one until another continue. I don't know if we're going to get to the PSX core tonight. I think we'll have to at least try out Crash Bandicoot. Or at least one game on there. Whatever sounds most appealing. Probably Crash too. What the fuck? Oh, I guess I had invulnerability? I guess what's that angel or whatever gave me? Or, yeah, no, I was invulnerable. That was a very long invulnerability. I was flashing for a while. God damn, that was fast. I'm terrible at these flying stages. So let's see. I feel like Star Parodier is the only CD game I own physically right now. The TurboGrafx 16 CD, or I guess it's a PC Engine CD. Because I made sure to get at least like one TurboGrafx 16 game, one PC Engine game, and then one CD game to make sure that my console worked when I bought it. Because the CD is region free regardless. The Hue cards or turbo chips or whatever you want to call them, they are region locked, but the console was modded to be region free. You just had to flip a switch. So I bought like one US game, one Japan game for the TurboGrafx / PC Engine to make sure that worked. And then like one TurboGrafx 16 CD or PC Engine CD game was enough to make sure that the CD drive worked. So I only bought one of those. I love Lords of Thunder and how it looks and feels, but I'm terrible at it. Like, we can jump into this for like 2 seconds and then I will die. Or maybe we can get a feel for it, I don't know. And I think after this, we'll go to the PCX. The great thing about this console, obviously, is I get to play games I would not have been able to play otherwise, because either like they're Japanese exclusive and I don't want to modify systems, certain systems like the N64 or not N64, the SNES or NES to play these. Even though the SNES is a fairly easy modification, you just take a little plastic piece out and snap part of it off that restricts the Super Famicom cartridges to go into. But on top of that, I get to play English translations or ROM hacks. So in the GBA core, I actually have Fire Emblem 6 on there, the English translation, because that never got released. I have Kid Dracula on the NES core, and not only is it an English translation, it's the same English translation from the... Or actually, I don't think it is. Maybe it is. I can't remember. I think it's the English translation from the Castlevania collection for Switch. That was the first time the NES version had ever been brought to America. I don't think it's that translation because it still has the first boss being a KKK member with a swastika on their head. That got changed for the US version for Castlevania collection because it's not a KKK member with a cross on its head. It's a swastika. It's actually a manji on its head. It's just a ghost with a manji on its head, so it's a completely different meaning in Japan and the US. Alright. I'm tired of watching this opening. So let's see. You know what? The fuck is super? Normal, hard, super. I guess we'll just play it on normal. I'm gonna turn it to easy, but... So I don't understand this. The different armors. Probably might be why I've had a hard time with this game, but I just choose a random one. Okay. I've heard people say they prefer Gate of Thunder, which is the one that came before this. It was actually bundled with the TurboGrafx 16 CD. So yeah, I've heard people say they prefer that over this, but they like the soundtrack to this one better. I've not played Gate of Thunder yet. I don't know when I will. Whenever I fucking feel like it, I guess. But yeah, just to be aware, there's two really cool shmups on the, well, there's many cool shmups on the TurboGrafx CD/PC Engine CD, but there are two with really awesome rockin', squealy, electric guitar music, you know, metal. It's kind of got like a hair metal vibe to it. Oh shit. I'm gonna die. Hey, you can get health. That's pretty dope. Oh, you can use spells. I guess. I don't know how I did that spell. I just hit A and it kind of, you know, happened. Oh, you only get 1 life. Right. That's why I usually stop playing the game after... Wait, I can use a continue. I think it takes me back to the beginning, though. Oh, but I keep my money. Sure. So I guess I'm supposed to die, and it's kind of like a roguelike in that sense, almost, I guess? I'm guessing the different armors is just specifically, like, which kind of firing do you want to do? Like, how do you want to shoot? It doesn't... I'm guessing maybe it doesn't affect how much damage you take after all? I don't know. Okay, so I see my bombs at the top there. My health is the blue bar. I don't know what the red, yellow, and green is, though. My god, the earth armor is really good for defeating that guy. Got different kinds of bombs, too. Depending on your armor. Yeah, you know what? I'm digging this game a bit more than I was initially. Now that I kind of understand that if you just die, you can just restart with more health and more bombs and stuff like that, that's actually pretty dope. You can either do it your first try, or you can just... It gives me more incentive to actually hit continue. Because I can spend my mun to power up. Oh, there was health. I mean, not that I really needed it, but still. Oh, okay, that's kind of dope. I wonder if my slashes do more damage than my shooty shoots. Was that the stage boss? That thing died kind of fast. Maybe it's because I was like powered up. I don't know. Let's see what the next level has in store for us. Okay, so the red into yellow is my power. God, I have to restore my life. Oh, I should have, well, at least buy a continue, I guess. Oh, hey, my phone died. I completely forgot to plug it in. Oh, well. Hopefully I remember to do that before I start the PSX core up. I'm actually really into this game right now. Holy crap, that got that got kind of fast. I'm like, man, only one hit and I'm dead. Alright. We'll use one more continue. Try the water armor this time since we're underwater. Maybe see if it actually does see if it actually does stop me from taking so much damage. Okay, so restores life must be give me an extra life. Time slip is +1 continue, that says that. Restores life I thought was a full heal, but the full heal is right here. Max shield? Oh, I could have gotten a shield. Interesting, this game is gonna have a lot of replayability for me. I'm actually really digging this. You know, this is another one of those expensive games. So, like, just this game alone, the MiSTer kind of pays itself off for, because I think this is one of the, like, the... I don't think this one's the $200 one. I think Gate of Thunder is the $200 one, and then this one's, like, a $300 one game. So, like, so many games on here alone, borderline almost pay off for the MiSTer, instead of, like, getting it physically, and, you know... And there's so many other things to the MiSTer that's just great. You know, it upscales, so I can play it on an HD TV with low latency and all that good stuff. Oh wow, that's not a full screen bomb. That guy back there was really tricky to deal with if I don't have like the earth armor, which is like the easiest way to deal with them, I've noticed. Or I noticed from the last time I did that. I don't even think that made sense, what I just said, but just nod and smile. Smile and nod. Let's see if I can actually make it through this. I have one more health than I did last time. So I've also noticed your attack power goes down before you lose health, which kind of makes sense. It's just like how some shmups do, except you have an added health bar to the mix. Sweet. Bro, what the fuck is that? Ow. He jabbed me. How do you avoid that? Ah, alright. Alright, last up. I fucking love this shit. It's squealy and it hurts your ears, but I love it. I swear you don't get this kind of music in video games often. Anyway, last up, we've got the PSX. And I'm using my trusty dusty, handy dandy PS4 controller. I love how it does this startup too. So, I've got a ton of PS1 games on here. I literally have like 52 gigs worth of PS1 games on here, and I'm adding more eventually. We've got like some expensive titles on here. Obviously, Castlevania Symphony of the Night I think goes for $150. I know Brave Fencer Musashi was expensive at one point. I don't remember how much that is now. I think Alundra and Alundra 2 are expensive. Castlevania Chronicles is definitely expensive. Urgies, God Bless the Ring. I think that's expensive just because Cloud's in the freaking game. Then we got some Japanese games. Gradius Gaiden, I think, is expensive. Obviously got Guilty Gear. Harmful Park is something that was left in Japan. Klonoa 1, I think, is expensive. It's either Klonoa 1 or 2. Which I have the remakes / remasters for Switch. And they're not really that bad. Not my kind of platformer, but you know. Other games that I don't think I would ever want to buy, like No One Can Stop Mr. Domino. Got Pepsi Man, yeah. Stuck in, left in Japan as well. Resident Evil just to try out. Rival Schools, which is expensive. Street Fighter EX Alpha. Or Alpha EX plus Alpha? Yeah, that's what it is. The Adventure of Little Ralph, right. I think that's left in Japan as well. Tony Hawk's. A lot of games here. A lot of good games. But I think we'll go Old Reliable. Go Old Reliable. Do I have Crash Bandicoot Warped on here twice? I do. Huh. I'll have to remember to remove that next time I take the SD card out of the console. I've already started playing this, so we'll start where I left off. I mean, I guess we could start a new file, but so yeah, this game looks great upscaled. I'm sorry, I got kind of distracted because somebody's shooting a gun like a maniac outside my window. Gotta love America, dude. Fucking crazy ass rednecks. Of course, this is going to be one of the louder games, but look how freaking good this looks. And getting back to so you got a lot of cool things in here. Like you have FPS overlay. Like most of the cores, you got a lot of cool things. Can do V-integer stuff like that. You can turn dithering on, which I turned that off. I did not like that. That was automatically on. I don't know why. You can rotate it, I guess, if you have games that can do Tate mode, whatever. What I thought was really cool is you can do a widescreen hack, which puts the game in 16:9. I don't think that is stretched. I don't think it's stretched. Like right here it's stretched, but when you get into the game, I don't think it's actually stretched. And I had this on for a while and it didn't bother me. So typically it bothers me if it looks stretched. So I'm going to assume it's not stretched. It's really hard to tell though. Actually, I think it is stretched. Which is weird, because I was playing... The reason I don't think it's stretched... I'm sorry I'm going back and forth on this. The reason I don't think it's stretched, even though it does look like it's stretching it a little bit, is because it looks like it's just showing the overscan. So... Once I get control over my character... So you'll see, I think it was this game that I noticed it on. Yeah, if you look on the right and left... Yeah, you'll see that it pops in. It looks like it's just showing like the overscan plus a little bit more. So you'll see that pop in, but like I said, I don't think it's stretched. I'm sorry if what I'm saying isn't making a lot of sense. I'm getting very distracted by the copious amounts of gunshots I'm hearing outside my window. So yeah, but I like to keep it in 4x3 just because, you know, it's 4x3. Also, I can hit the PlayStation button on the PS4, and I've got analog control now. Which, for Crash Bandicoot, I like using the D-pad for some reason. Anyway. I finished the first, like, level of the world map, or whatever you want to call it. We'll do the boss fights, and then we'll have access to the next set of levels. Or boss fight, singular. I don't know why I said boss fights. I thought it was the Komodo brothers first, for some reason. But yeah, as you can see, this freaking core looks great, and yeah, recently got released. I'm hopeful for the Saturn core. The Saturn core has not been released yet. CPS3 core is in development as well. And from the same person that's working on the CPS3 core, they're also working on a Neo Geo Pocket Color core. All of which obviously sounds very promising. So I'm excited. I'm excited for the future of the MiSTer, even though we're getting to the... Even though we're getting to the point... Even though we're getting to the point where... Oh my god, I'm like having to yell over these gunshots. Even though we are getting to the point where the D10 Nano is being pushed to its limits. But still, and like I said, I still have not screwed around with the arcade cores yet, which will be interesting to set up. But it will be fun because I'll be able to play. I don't know if Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is available, but Marvel vs. Capcom 1 is definitely on there, as well as Marvel superheroes and such.
Failed to prove much of a challenge yet again.
Street Fighter versus Marvel, I think, or Street Fighter versus X-Men. I can't remember. I'm talking over Cortex because I really don't care. Along with other cool stuff. Cool arcade games and such. And if I didn't mention it, but last stream we ended off poorly with Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 not working. I've since went back and played it, and I've enjoyed it, even though I don't understand fully how to combo. You get like 9-hit combos off or whatever, which is, from what I understand, not very good because I know you can get like 100-hit combos off in that game. Or in Hyper Fighters in general. But still, I've found enjoyment out of what little I did play out of it, and I just kind of chilled out and use the Xbox controller, not really worrying too much about getting good. And I don't think I ever will care too much about getting good at fighting games anymore. I think I'm past that point, although like I said, I do really enjoy playing them. It's just the stress of trying to get better. Between that and between fighting games and speedruns, I guess just isn't for me anymore. Better things I can be doing in my time than stressing over video games. God, this looks so good though. And I remember when I first played this game on my PS1, when I bought this game a couple years ago, I actually got stuck in the ceiling here. It's definitely a fun time. Actually, no, that was the snow level in World 1 that I got stuck in the ceiling. Whoop. God, I did it again. I need to stop spin jumping over that gap. I just got into such a habit of doing it since I learned about it in Crash when I was playing the Insane Trilogy. Damn. Tricky jump. Tricky jump. Ah! Still had momentum going. Oh, dang. I really don't remember this game as well as I thought I did, aside from like the first first set of levels. Ah! It's gonna be really interesting if I ever, you know, commit to the Crash Bandicoot Insane, or the Coco Bandicoot Insane duology idea that I initially had, to go back and finally like complete Crash Bandicoot 1 and 2 in the Insane Trilogy with the time trials, because I did technically 100% them. I just didn't do the time trials. So I don't have all the trophies, but the games themselves are 100%ed. It's gonna be really interesting going back to that, because I'm gonna have some major de-rust to do. I don't remember these stalactites being such an issue. God, I did it again! Oh, that works. Forgot about the belly flop. So this one I remember being tricky because you can gain too much momentum and it can be a problem. There might be another one I was thinking of. There's more ice coming up, so... Yeah, I think it was another one. Might have been later in the game. But yeah, man, I think we'll just play this one level and we'll call it quits. It's been a good stream. The shit is great, looks good, runs great. I highly recommend a MiSTer to anybody who is exhausted with how retro game prices are and feeling that they're what's the word? Priced out of buying so many games. Like, I can go play Little Samson or Flintstones 2, something at Dinosaur Peak, whatever those two expensive NES games are that are actually pretty good from what I hear, and actually finally try them out. And, you know, and I think I might be adapting, I don't want to say a minimalist mindset, but I also do want to say I might kind of be adapting a more minimalist mindset. I don't think I will ever I don't think I will ever clean up the collection to the point where I have nothing. Because, like, with HD consoles, my physical stuff isn't going anywhere. Well, at least with, like, pre-Switch. Switch, I don't mind buying digital, except for first-party Nintendo games. But yeah, for, like, retro stuff and the CRT and stuff like that, couldn't be going away for the most part, with the exception of the stuff the MiSTer doesn't cover. But like I said, it'd be cool if they do a MiSTer 2 with a more powerful, you know, everything, motherboard and everything like that, that can handle N64, Dreamcast, GameCube, PS2, Xbox. Yeah. So, that said, we're going to go ahead and call it a stream. I think it was a pretty good one. We didn't get to cover like all the cores or anything like that, but I will be adding pretty much all these cores and their games to the backlog at some point. So when we get around to fortune cookies again, we'll have them there as options. I don't think streaming, to be completely honest, I don't think streaming for me is ever going to be as consistent as it once was, with life being crazy. Not crazy, but busy. And having my other hobbies back in my life. Gaming is not really the primary focus anymore. Nothing really is the primary focus for me anymore, and it's refreshing. I'm definitely happier that way. But yeah, I'm sure I will still stream once every 3 to 4 weeks, being completely blunt. And one thing, I guess this is ushering in a new era for Arrquil, because I've been kind of doing the same thing for the past 4 years. Well, you know, not same thing. I mean, I've transitioned from just kind of like retro into, then I started playing fighting games, and then I started doing more playthroughs and consistent Animal Crossing streams, stuff like that. But I don't think I will ever, I think this is a new era in the sense that I'm not going to really do anything I don't want to do anymore. Because before I was committing to playthroughs, and then I would be streaming games that, you know, Emmy, Ozzy, whoever would want to see. And I think what I'm saying is I'm not going to really be committing to playthroughs anymore. So any unfinished playthroughs, like Enter the Gungeon or stuff I said I would get around to eventually, I just don't think are going to happen unless I actually want to play through that game on stream. But more than likely, if I feel like playing the game and streaming it, I'll do it once and then finish up the game on my own time or whatever. And even then, I just have a different mindset in the sense that if I don't want to play a game all the way through, or if I fall out of it, I'm not going to force myself to go back. I started playing Devil May Cry, the reboots, I think like last month. Really enjoyed it. But I think I got down to probably like the last 3 hours of the game or so. And I haven't gone back to it, and I just don't feel compelled to. I don't feel like it's necessary to force myself to go and play that game to the end. Someday I probably will, but it's just not me anymore. I'm not, because I think I was beating games for the sake of like the backloggery and shit, you know? Yada, 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 you know? But what I'm getting at is I think this is going to be a new era for Arrquil as a whole. I'll only be streaming what I want, and as a result, I think quality of streams will be better. My mood will be better when streaming. I won't be as scared or anxious to stream, because sometimes over the past 4 years, it has really felt like I just got to force myself into it, and then I'll be okay. You know, if I'm not excited to stream, I shouldn't be streaming. And that's kind of why streams are only going to be probably like 2 to 3, 4 weeks from now on, once every 2 to 3, 4 weeks. But I still will give that opportunity for viewers to pick what they want to play via fortune cookies, and that's why I do want to bring the monthly fortune cookie back, or at least the bi-monthly fortune cookie. I just gotta get around to actually finishing up that backlog, because we still, even though the collection's getting cleaned up, there's still probably going to be about as many games, if not more, probably definitely more, to choose from than there was before, because the MiSTer. Still probably going to be about 1,500 games to choose from, you know? So, now that I'm done yammering on, that's all for now. Emmy, I assume you fell asleep, but thanks for hanging out. Anybody else who has hung out with me tonight, and see you in a couple weeks, presumably. Have a good night and peace. Bye.